Hi, welcome to another stream with more canvassing, more pattern drafting, and maybe, possibly some quilting. But first, as always, some writing practice. Okay, that's enough. That's one page done. Now on the next one, what was I doing? Oh right, drill 5 yesterday. So let's do this again. 160. 160 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was 72. Now 73. Uh, 73 and ace. Okay, next page. This was supposed to be O. And there is still something wrong with this nib. Something between the times. Okay, now And that's it. This goes in here, here. There is so much paper in here at this point. I wonder how many sheets it is. Anyway. Well, actually, I should know exactly how many sheets that is, because this is numbered. 2, well, this would be 1. 91, 92, 94, 94, yeah, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 8. 98 divided by 2, it's 50 or 49. Plus this was, I think, 73 plus 73 plus 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 131. That's quite a bit of paper. In a year, that will be a really huge stack of paper. Okay, that's done. Now, next title and next task. So, what was I doing yesterday? Something, oh right, attaching this canvas on the shoulders. And here this is done, so now the next shoulder, the other shoulder, would be in here. And I forgot about the light. Okay. Now a bit closer, a bit brighter. And a bit more manual focus. Okay, now on the other side. I can kind of end the stitch in here, at least so that I have a separate stitch line for the shoulder part. Like I'm considering possibility that maybe I will be doing something with the sleeves in the future. Now I can go back out. Okay. Let's trim the end. Bring it to the other side. Okay, now cut off this part, this end. And I can continue. and cut off. So now all of the seams are seamed, and I can remove those basting stitches. And here around the armhole. Where is the beginning? And this end again. I think that's everything. Yeah, nothing is visible in here or in here. Now next is this stitch. And on the other side. Okay. That would be it for the canvassing part. That's done. And now making the pattern. Actually, I think I will add quilting to the task list. Make the quilted parts and today. Okay. Maybe a bit lower. This can go in here. This, and yeah, it's a bit too bright. I can safely cut off this part. So now the pattern. I assume it should follow the pattern for the fronts and for this part. Hello, East Side. A bit higher. How long is it? Okay, now I can, works mostly, and now I can mark this, the outline of this front part pattern. Okay, so this part is pretty much ready. Now this upper collar part. Okay, this pattern again. Where is the crease line? It would be in here. So I think, is anything visible about zooming in? Okay, maybe I just have to make a darker outline. So I think at least the outer shape in here can stay as it is. And down. Okay, now it seems more visible. Down into here. And here. So this is the outer edge. This will be the connection point at the back of the back and the back neck. So now the inner side. How far should that go? Maybe 5 inches or 6 inches, because in here it will have to be thicker anyway, or wider anyway. So let's go with 6. Here. So this is the crease line. And how far should I go in here? Maybe I will try something like that. In here, let's say 1.5. There is a lot of matte on the a lot of matte outside, and now I have because of that a lot of dirt on the inside, on the floor. Okay, that's a bit better sound. So here the connection. Maybe that will be good. And then I probably also want like 1/2 inch. Yeah, 1/2 inch should be enough. 1/2 inch on the outside. and half an inch at the bottom. Actually, do I need half an inch at the bottom? Probably not. Let's do half an inch. I can cut that off. So, I think I can use this. This is not very long. Anything else? Looks like I don't have anything else. Or actually, how long is this? This is fairly long. How with marking? Yeah, this side is better. I can cut this out and we'll see if it works. Okay, now I would like to mark this ½ inch all the way around. Probably not continuous line. I don't feel like doing continuous line. Just a couple of marks like this every so often. Okay, now let's try to attach this to this. And we'll see if it works. Yeah, on this side, that seems good. First the bottom. Oh right, I forgot that I cut off a section from here. But probably not that big of a section. Feels like something is wrong in here. Well, anyway. Here. Some more pins on the lower side. I realized a mistake that I made. This pattern is this one? Yeah, this one. This pattern is too high in here. Like there should be at least a quarter of an inch of overlap in here. So this will be half an inch too long. How to account for that? So because this is half an inch too long, I will mark half an inch in here. Actually, I will do 1/4 inch. Quarter of an inch, then I can fold this on those marks. And here. And then I have to bring the sewing machine. And another stitch line from this side. Okay, now that should solve the problem. And now I can attach this in here again. Maybe a bit further. Okay, maybe this part is a bit too short, as I thought it would be. What can I do with this? Can I do anything with this? With this fact? I think it will just need to be a bit shallower. So a couple of cuts like this, and that seems to solve the problem. So then, to summarize, this part needs to be shallower, probably something like this, or maybe even more. And then this entire thing has to be brought down a bit. That also doesn't need to go so far out. The difference is not huge. But around here I think I can get rid of this additional seam allowance. And now this will have to go half an inch back. This part again. And here I wanted to make this a bit shallower. Yeah, that should be good. I'm not very good at following the line, but anyway, so this should be a good pattern now. So now the silk the patterns are done. Maybe I could start from the other side. The other side, the other edge seems a bit more uniform, at least in the top part. Or maybe it's not. Okay, so that would be one part of the collar. How deep are the calves? This is 5 inches and 5 inches to reach up to here. That would be one calf, and the other, I think it will be good. So I can do it like this, curving this way, and then another half, curving that way, and then in the middle I will have space for the calves. And what about this wedding? Okay, so it looks like I can do at least 2 layers. And looks like there is no way to do 4 layers. Maybe with some creative folding I could do 3. I think that at first I should at least do some tests with 2 layers, or maybe just 1. Just 1, and then I can just fold this. So then I can test this out on this worse looking end. I don't know, is there some like proper technique to quilting? Or are you supposed to just run with the machine in straight lines? I also don't know if being diagonal matters. So that's one layer, and it's barely visible. Now let's maybe go with 3 above or next to it. I'm not sure about that. This actually looks much better on the underside. Maybe it needs fabric from both sides. Okay. I will actually check how to do quilting. Machine. Step-by-step guide to machine quilting for beginners. It was good. Machine quilting. Tools you... Where is the mouse? Oh, too far away. Oh, it doesn't register as clickable element. Okay, tools you will need for machine quilting: a sewing machine, quite intuitive, rotary cutter or ruler, and ruler, ensure fabric pieces are cut accurately, safety pins or spray adhesive, high quality thread, quilting pattern, okay, lay your backing fabric, place batting on top and finish with the quilting quilt top. It's important to ensure layers are aligned properly before basting. You can use safety pins, spray adhesive or clip pins together. Okay, so you do need a fabric on the underside. It would be nice to reuse this. If possible, maybe it's not possible. Okay, in that case, just cut off. And now they say to baste it in place. Maybe that will help. Hello, gamer kind. Nice hand crank, but one as well with hand crank makes so much fun sewing outdoors in summer. Yeah, I like hand crank sewing machines. Well, this way, I like hand crank sewing machines because they have a very variable speed. Because with electric sewing machines and also with treadle sewing machines, so the ones powered with your motion of your foot, they do have a minimal speed that they can go with. And sometimes when I do fairly precise work, the minimal speed is too much for me. And with the hand crank, I can go as slow as I want. And yeah, with other kinds of sewing machines, you can always turn this wheel, but hand crank is much more convenient, much more comfortable to use. I got 10 sewing machines and only one modern electric one. 10 sewing machines, that's a lot. That's a lot. All others are treadle, and one of them is hand crank, mine between 1880 and 1960 mostly. This one, I believe, was produced in 1915. At least from what I could find based on the serial number. And I am thinking about buying another sewing machine. This time I think treadle sewing machine, because I would like to have another sewing machine at my house to be able to quickly sew something, because sometimes I do have those tasks, very small tasks that are the kind of task that either takes 5 minutes if you do it immediately, or 5 weeks if you do it later. Because if you do it later, then it's gonna just lay in a corner somewhere and waiting until it's time to actually work on it. And if I had sewing machine on hand, very close by, then I could work on it immediately. And that's quite annoying that this sewing machine, the only sewing machine that I like to use, is in my workshop. I do have electric sewing machines at home, but I don't like them. I would rather just sew by hand. Started sewing when I was 8. I can sing them now 8 to 12. Around 2018. I think it's around the time that I also started sewing more seriously. So making all of my clothes myself. Maybe a year later or 2 years later, I'm not sure. Maybe a year. Yeah, because, well, actually, maybe it was 2020. Yeah, the pandemic was late 2019, and then 2020 I wasn't going to school anymore, and then I started sewing all of my clothes. Before that, I was sewing because my mother was a seamstress, so I was doing some light work. I kind of picked it up from her, but some like actually serious sewing, so all of the patterns and all of the like actual proper garments, that's all I just learned myself, mostly partially from YouTube and partially from old tailoring books like this one. This is the pattern and the instructions for making the dressing gown that I'm making right now. I like my old finger treadle, also with confidence I can start machine with confidence and then go to my feet. Yeah, and here, like in this base, there is also like this cutout. So this looks like place for a belt, and there is also a groove for belt in here around the flywheel. So I believe this can be powered with a treadle table. I don't know how that works. If like you are supposed to just put this entire thing with the base on top of the table. It was so using electrical first time. I wish I had money to make clothes in general. I make mostly men's underwear. I had money to make clothes in general. I make my clothes in general because I don't have money. Like I have fairly high standards when it comes to my garments. And if I wanted to buy clothes I wear, it would be many thousands of even dollars, and especially in many thousands zloty. The Polish currency. And yeah, I can't afford that, and that was the main reason why I started sewing everything myself. That's how I do it with my hand machine, like putting it on the table. I assume you need a longer belt for that, or is it like somehow adjusted for the difference in the length of belt? Because it does add some thickness onto it. Like, how high is that? Roughly 5.5 centimeters. So a belt would have to be like 10 centimeters longer, unless there is some like special recess in the treadle tables for a base like that. I don't think there is one in old table, well, not that old table that I have in here, because I do actually have a treadle table with a machine in here, but it's not a nice machine like this. It's a Soviet machine from probably 70s. So like the table doesn't look very nice, and the machine is not super high quality. If I were to buy a sewing machine, a treadle sewing machine, it would be also a Singer, like an old Singer like this. maybe not mostly, but partially because it's pretty and I like working with pretty tools. I'm also from Germany, by the way, neighbor. Hello, neighbor. The reason for me that I can price the things really expensive. The reason for me was that I can price things really expensive and getting a labeled as expensive brand by people. Like the stuff you are making is getting labeled as expensive, not a full-time job. Yeah, stuff I'm making also people in chat when someone is like active in chat when I'm sewing something. A lot of people are telling me that I'm a super good tailor or whatever, and I always feel weird about that because I feel like I don't know what I'm doing at all. Like quite often I'm checking how to do most basic tasks or most basics components. So I don't feel comfortable. Well, not comfortable. It just feels weird being described as a good tailor. I think I am a better tailor than most of tailors that I can find in here locally in Poland, but that's not a very high bar. I prefer to compare myself, my skills to like actual good tailor, not a average tailor. Ads are playing, yeah, they are. Okay, so let's try this again. Ten more seconds. And yeah, ads are over. So, what was I talking about? Instagram. Yeah, I was thinking about something. I don't remember now. From Germany. Oh, right. It feels weird when people say that I'm a very good tailor or very talented or something like that, because I prefer to compare myself to like actual good tailors, not an average tailor whose only qualifications are the fact that they finished tailoring school, because like you don't have to be very skilled to finish to like graduate from a school, especially at a fairly low level. So yeah, just because I'm better than average person in here in Poland, in my like local area, and than average person that does sewing for a living, this is not a very high bar. So just because I'm like the quality of my clothes is better than them, I don't think that means that I'm a good tailor. Like I said that I can't really afford like good clothes. I can't afford buying clothes because like clothes that they make, I don't consider them like wearable. Like once I ordered a jacket from a tailor like that, from a local tailor, not a very high end or anything, and it looked horrible. It was like bespoke jacket, and it looked like not only it wasn't bespoke, it looked like it didn't fit me at all. Like just some random jacket from like off-the-shelf jacket. And it also, the finish of that jacket wasn't very nice. Like probably an average off-the-shelf jacket would have a better finish, and not a very expensive off-the-shelf jacket, like something that would cost $20 or so. A friend of mine was in tailoring school. For me, it didn't work out. What happened with the music? I just stopped. Okay, friend of mine was in tailoring school. It didn't work out for me. It didn't work out. At the moment, I'm happy with a local seamstress now. She got a lot to sew and repair. I know that in Germany, the situation with all of the craftsmen is a bit better than in Poland. But in Poland, if you want a good tailor, then at least in my region, in my like half of the country, there are maybe 3 good tailors, or maybe even less. And if I wanted to go to a good tailor from here, I would have to travel like 100 kilometers or more. Yeah, 100 kilometers or more, and then pay like 1,000 euros for one suit. That's not very good, not very affordable, especially for me. So yeah, I make all of my clothes myself for that reason, because that allows me to pay just for the materials themselves. That's really hard to get to a decent good one. Yeah. I was reading an interview with a shoemaker some time ago, and he was like it was a very old shoemaker. It was like he was well past the retirement age, and yeah, he was claiming that all of that is because of Soviet Union, because we were controlled by Soviet Union, and Union. How was it this country called? the USSR. So yeah, well, whatever. We were controlled by them, and they really didn't like private businesses like tailoring shops or any kind of other like private craftsmen. And because of that, it wasn't financially feasible to be a craftsman like that. So young people didn't want to learn how to be a tailor or a shoemaker or whatever other craft. And then, like all of those old good craftsmen, they are either retired or they are dead at this point, and there are no new craftsmen because nobody was learning all of those crafts. So yeah, the situation now is quite poor. Like there are no not a lot of options. Yeah, so these were 3 layers. Yeah, it's 3 layers, and I'm still not sure. Like maybe it would be good enough. Or maybe I should try with a thicker batting. So I would have to order a thicker batting. I don't want to distract you from working though. Yeah, I'm not sure if I will be working anymore because like I ordered this batting. I don't have any experience with quilting in general. So I ordered this and then it arrived, and I think it's too thin. Like it doesn't really have any kind of actual size. It's like I believe this is the thickness, the request, and it is like it didn't tell me much with my like 0 experience with quilting. So I don't think this will be very usable. Like 1 layer is definitely too little, and in here this is with 3 layers, and I think this is still like not bumpy enough. I can help with that. Also have no idea of quilting or to enhance the fabric. Yeah, this entire project does have a lot of new things for me, like dyeing fabric. This is silk fabric that I dyed myself, and I didn't do a very good job. First of all, this is not really exactly a color I was going for, but you know, I ordered those dyes, and this is the best I could get from 2 of them. And just this wouldn't be so horrible, but the color is not very uniform. So in here, on the top part, it's fairly good, but on the bottom, it's let's say artistic. I was thinking about just claiming that it was supposed to be like that. I think this was just the fabric was too big for the pot, and it couldn't spread properly and have contact with all of this dyeing solution. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, it was definitely intentional. So yeah, that was one thing I had to do myself because I couldn't find any silk in that color, any silk twill and like brownish color. I was looking at a lot of different offers on the internet, and I could find like 3 different colors. It was well, white, of course, and apart from that, blue, very light green, like a neon green, and some third color, but I don't remember. But yeah, I couldn't find anything brown. So after quite a while of looking for different options for silk, I decided to just buy white silk and dye it myself. And now I'm struggling with quilting. I think I will have to just order a new batting, thicker batting, because I don't think that this will work out. Though it is quite weird, because like it's pretty much not visible at all. No matter how I go with the needle. No, with the I'm not very good at speaking today. Well, I'm also not very good at speaking in general, always. Maybe the tension is like not strong enough, because like they sell batting like that, so it's I think it is supposed to have like at least any noticeable effect. With just one layer. Is this better? I'm not sure if it helped much. Or at all. Let's still try in here. Still not very good. Yeah, I think that with this batting, it won't, like the raised section won't be that raised, won't be that visible. And for now, making myself something to eat, maybe a pizza. This was sent 3 minutes ago, so we are probably gone by now. Yeah, I'm struggling what to do. If I should continue this, and just go with this, or maybe try to order a thicker batting. How expensive is thicker batting? I believe this was from a shop. What was the name? Something like this. Yeah, this does seem familiar. Which one? Cotton? This was cotton? Yeah, cotton. It was request. Select. This is very expensive. And what even is the difference? Like, is it 2 times thicker? 10 times thicker? Okay, here, features, lofts, available for lofts of the floating needs. Select mid-loft, our most popular, versatile. And maybe that's not really thickness? Maybe like no matter how many layers I do, it doesn't really translate. How about other ones? So this is like a lot of dollars. Yeah, let's say $50. And how about other ones? Wool. This is also 50. 50. Looks like everything is 50. Close quilting. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. Let's try again. Maybe with a different piece. And I can also just use these scraps. I kind of forgot about them. Okay, so again I will go with one layer. One layer, then two layers. And last three layers. This goes on top, this way. Where is the thickest part? Okay, then another part, and here. And cut off this. And now let's try this out. Maybe this way. Maybe it's not actually that terrible. So this was one layer. Now two layers, and I wrote it red in here. So that was test 1 with 1 layer, now with 2 layers. Okay, that's 2 layers, and maybe I think I will need a bigger section. How about 1 stitch through the middle? Okay, it's not perfect, but I think it could be worse. Though it does feel like it's like more pronounced from on the back than on the top, on the bottom than on the top. Maybe this needs a bit more tension. And now the top sample. Okay, maybe it's not that bad. Let's try again with this section with 2 layers. Does it actually go deeper? Hard to tell. Maybe a little. You may want to adjust your camera angle. Like nothing is really visible in the camera anyway. Well, maybe a little. So yeah, maybe 2 layers won't be that horrible after all. I think I will do more tests with the like proper thread that I want to use. And then maybe a different backing, because it seems that like the flexibility of that backing matters quite a lot. What are you trying to do? Quilting. I have no experience with quilting, and I need quilting for the dressing gown that I'm making, because there are supposed to be like some quilting in here, quilted front of the collar and quilted cuffs in here at the top of the sleeve. And I have no idea how to quilt. No experience with quilting, and I'm also not sure if this is like good thickness or good, what was that called? Something, not raised, loft, good loft. I think loft means like how much it like puffs up with quilting. So yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. But I want to do more tests, so I need to go quickly go home and bring the threads in a proper color, like proper color roughly matching this fabric, and then try with a different backing fabric. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. Some call it that. What is that spacer material? Like this thing. This is, I think, in US it's called batting, and in UK wadding. I'm not sure about that. But I believe I heard like English tailors refer to this to this as wadding, and I believe on some US websites, and also in here this is called batting. And from what I gathered, it's the same thing. It's just like a difference in name, regional difference in name. And batting is good for that. So yeah, I have the threads in here. Batting is good for that. Can you do it with something else than batting? Like, as I said, I have no idea about quilting at all. Will this be good? Okay, this is too brown, and I was actually going for a color similar to this, maybe slightly darker, and I ended up with this. Yeah, this one is closer. It is, I think, a bit more violet than the fabric itself. But it should be good. I do it with foam, not for garments. You will need more tension if you want to put the finishing in the quilt. So if I want to the thread to go deep in between these raised sections. Yeah, I'm trying to put more tension in the sewing machine, and it does make some difference. I'm not sure if adjusting the tension on the bottom makes any difference, because in here, like in here, it is visible. This all the way around was made with very light tension on the bottom, and I believe this one was made with a heavier tension, and I don't really see that much of a difference. So it's quite possible that that tension on the bottom doesn't really matter, only on the top. And using feather thread is a good idea. Well, I don't really have a lot of options in regards to thread. I just have this one. You will likely need to increase bottom and top. Yeah, I tried to like match them in strength. I'm looking mostly if the bottom thread is visible on top. You may not have a wide range of tension on a vibrating shuttle machine. Yeah. I noticed that like this is fine, but adjusting tension on the bottom is I think not ideal. Okay, let's just move on. Put this thread on this spool in here. Another quote is on the tail of machine. I do have one, only one bobbin. I have 2 or maybe 3. Maybe I have 3. I definitely have at least 2, but I'm not sure when the other one is. And also, I already have some thread on the other one. And this is just cheap polyester thread, so I'm not really too worried about wasting it. I only have one for mine, and they're extremely hard to find. Yeah, I do have the other one. The other one has a hole in the top, like on one of those ends. There is a hole, and it is more convenient for winding or for putting the bobbin into this holder, but it's slightly shorter, like maybe like a millimeter shorter, and it does make a difference. And like the thread is always bunching up on the end. And I can't really put that. I can't put that much thread on the bobbin because it would fall off the end. This one doesn't have that problem, but it's harder to put into the holder. Probably for a different machine, yeah. Possibly. Auto vibrating shuttle bobbin sizes. I wonder which one is the original. Or well, this is probably the original. Or yeah, because it's the proper size, but maybe it's not original, like maybe neither is original. I wanted, like I'm thinking, how did this end up with 2 different bobbins? Like maybe someone had multiple machines. Okay, and yeah, this doesn't have the problem with unevenness of thread in here. This doesn't is not bunching up at one end. I don't know, like today I feel tired more than usual, like mentally tired. It's hard to, like it's hard for me to think, to speak, to do anything. I don't know what that is. What's the reason? I got also auto machine. It showed different types of buttons and the colors. None of them were right, huh? No. I wonder if, at least in here, they were very common, like in shops, bobbins like that. If this is something that you could just go to some like tailoring or like sewing supply stores and just pick it up. Or did people use just what came originally with the machine, and then if they lost it, then I don't know, like, they were getting one from a different machine? Yeah, it's 128. 128K to be specific, but K I believe only signifies the factory. I believe it's in Scotland. So now I have the thread in here. I would like to cut off a bit of this fabric. Use a different backing material. You can still get bobbins for that machine. You mean like original antique bobbins, or they like still produce the bobbins? And also ads are in progress. So I don't know if you can even hear that. Okay, now the batting. Let's go with 2 layers again. And the ads should be over. So yeah, by you can still get bobbins, you mean that I can get antique bobbins, like original bobbins, or do they actually still produce them? And also, considering that you have some... They still make them? Oh, that's interesting. Like, do they still make vibrating shuttle sewing machines? Or is it just as a replacement part, exclusively? Yeah, considering that I don't think so, so just a replacement. Considering that you have some experience with quilting, what should I think about the fact that the back side in here, the bottom side, seems like more like pronounced, and it's also curving a bit, curving up. Is it is it a difference in material? Like if I use a different material, it will behave differently, or is it something with tension, or what? Is the backing material thicker? Yeah, it is. Do I have to use the same thickness? Because this front fabric is quite thin, very thin even, and I don't think I will find a backing fabric this thin, because I don't want to use the same fabric, because I don't have a lot of it. That's why it's curving. So I do have to find a fabric that's the same thickness. That's quite problematic. That's very problematic. Well, I think I can at least try with this one. It is slightly thinner. I'm not sure if there is a way to avoid that with thicker backing. Will it flatten out if you iron it? I'm not sure about ironing it, because this is some synthetic fabric. Maybe I will try to iron this with this one, because this is just cotton. Test it on low heat. Okay, here. Put some paper. That's a good call. Maybe this. It doesn't seem to melt. I remember once I was ironing trousers, like these trousers even. Yeah, somewhere there is a mark. I was ironing those trousers on a blanket, and I didn't know that it's a synthetic blanket. So it like the trousers were fine, and like with the temperature, but the blanket underneath them ended up melting into the trousers. That wasn't a perfect situation. It's probably fine, but cleaning melted cap of your iron is a huge pain. Yeah, I remember. And with the trousers, I had to shave a bit, like use a shaver, like for your face, and shave this melted blanket fabric from the trousers. Better trouser than the sole of your iron. They both were covered in the melted blanket. Because it was on the edge, like it only melted with the direct contact with the iron. So it was like the blanket was in here, and then I was ironing trousers like this, and on the edge this part melted. Maybe it straightens a bit. How about water? Where do I have water? Oh, here. Okay, it does seem to straighten slightly. Maybe it will be fine. You know, what do they say? We cross that bridge when we get there, or something like that. The curve may not be as bad on a larger panel. I hope. And yeah, it probably shouldn't, because it's like when I lay it flat and base it, then the bottom fabric is not really longer or anything. Doesn't have a bigger area. You can always make another one. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to waste this fabric. After all of the dyeing and paying for it, and failing with dyeing. Because, yeah, were you here already when I was talking about this fabric? This is silk, and I couldn't find silk twill in roughly brownish color, so I ended up just buying white silk and dyeing it, and I'm not very good at dyeing, or probably it was just like the piece was too big for the pot, too much surface. So on this end it's fairly good, fairly uniform, but on the bottom in here it's a bit artistic, let's say. So yeah, I want to leave that for the inside. And the top part, more uniform part, will go on the lapels, on the collar. I was thinking about trying it on some canvas. I was thinking about trying it very like very far into the future. I actually, when I started doing this project, I was saying that I will maybe try dyeing the fabric myself in the future. Definitely not for this project. And then I ended up doing it for this project because I just couldn't find any fabric that would be like satisfy my requirements. And also, it's not totally wasted if you learn something. Yeah, not totally wasted, but it does cost money. And I don't have a lot of money. So I really don't like not using or replacing something I paid for. Okay, let's try this out again. Unfortunately, sewing isn't a cheap hobby. For me, it's not a hobby. It's because I need clothes, and I'm not satisfied with clothes I'm able to buy off the shelf, and I can't afford having my clothes made by a tailor. So, for me, I'm sewing because it's cheaper than the alternatives. I started sewing specifically because I couldn't afford getting a good tailor. And also a good tailor is too far away. I would have to travel like 100 kilometers to go to a good tailor. So I decided to just try it myself. And since then, since like for about, I don't know, 5 years? More than 5 years. Like 6 years or maybe even more, I'm making pretty much all of my clothes myself. Like right now, everything that I have on me, the shirt, the trousers, the waistcoat, everything I made myself. And recently, I've been, well, I'm breaking everything. Okay, again, recently I've been also trying out knitting because socks are also expensive. I don't usually make clothes, but I'm thinking about making a vest. Yeah, vests are not super difficult. I already made a morning coat. This was, I think, my most difficult project, my most complicated, most advanced project. But a vest, especially without lapels, is quite easy. I think this is, in fact, the very first vest I made ever. And I think it's not super horrible. I can't find one with focus what I want. Yeah, with well, this specific vest doesn't have any any pockets in here, but on the other vest that I made, I have pockets in here, the like breast pockets, and I made them specifically to fit my mechanical pencil, and that's not really something I could do. That's not really something that's available with commercially available vests. You have to, well, you can always modify the pockets, the size of the pockets, but that's already sewing. So, like, if you are already sewing, then you can just make everything yourself. So I do recognize that making entire piece of garment yourself is quite a bit more difficult. More difficult and more time consuming than just making pockets. Mine will have several interior pockets. Yeah, when I was making a morning coat, how many pockets I made? I think 17. 17 interior pockets. I think I actually went too far with the like pockets in the like upper torso area. Well, upper torso. Torso is always upper. But yeah, in the torso area, in the front, because it's like the sides. The sides of that morning coat are not very wide, and like this way, so I don't actually have a lot of space for the pockets, and they ended up being quite cramped in there. And especially the top pocket, like multiple pockets actually. I was comparing the position of the pockets with my jacket, but I didn't consider the fact that with a jacket, with a modern jacket, the armholes are much bigger. So yeah, I was comparing them. Like marking the position of the pockets based on the armhole, and on the morning coat they ended up much higher, so they are actually quite hard to access. I need to consider that for the next one. And I'm going to make my own pattern. By your own pattern, you mean just completely from scratch? Like just figure out your own pattern? Or draft your own pattern based on some instructions? Feels kind of like I missed nothing? Yeah, very much. I'm not really making much progress. I'm pretty much on the testing stuff. Okay, let's go a bit further. I want 2 crossing sections. Like this. Okay, I think this will be usable. Maybe in the future I will replace all of those quilted parts, but for now I think they are good enough. I'm going to use a copper slate from 1907 to give the basic shape. For my my vest, I used, this is for trousers, this is for undergarments. morning coats. I don't think I actually have a book on vests in here. But I do have one for trousers. So yeah, that's the books I'm using. The Cutter's Practical Guide to cutting and making stuff. Trousers in this case, and yeah, these are the books I'm using for all of my my sewing, my pattern making, and they are like sometimes they are quite easy to follow, and sometimes I have to figure stuff out for multiple days. There are a few on the internet for vests. Yeah, I looked through the Internet Archive and I downloaded like probably 20 books on tailoring. At 20 or so. Yeah, this is, I think, just the number of books that are available, or at least commonly available. There are probably some like less. Has some good books, yeah. There are probably some like less known, but easily accessible, easily findable. I think there are about 20 of them. I didn't know they have books for that stuff as well. I used Internet Archive only for old movies. Yeah, they have a lot of stuff on there. And yeah, the problem with those books is that they at least this series, the Cutter's Practical Guide, they expect you to already be a tailor. So there is a lot of figuring out because they expect that you were already taking some like actual practical lessons with actual tailor, so you know how to make stuff. So they don't go into details, for example, with making pockets or other stuff. Actually, in here, the problem I had with making pattern for the dressing gown is that they don't include the upper part. Like they don't include the pattern for the upper part of the collar. I had to just figure it out myself. Oh, thank you for 10 bits. I had to figure it out myself, and I ended up with something like this. I'm completely not sure if this is how it's supposed to look like. I was just like putting the front, and this is not the back. I was just trying to put the front and the back together like this and try to make out some kind of together like this, and trying to make out some kind of shape that would fit both of them to lay fairly flat. And yeah, that's the shape I ended up with. And the instructions, they just say that it's a roll collar, and so I think they just expect you to know how to make something like that. In some other book, maybe it was on trousers or maybe on the morning coats, they actually said explicitly that maybe it was on pockets or something. We won't go into details or on making whatever part that was, because every tailor should already be familiar with how to make that part. So yeah, if you're just starting out, with making something like that, it's not really that easy to follow. Sometimes you can encounter difficulties, and also language in here is a bit confusing sometimes. I remember that I had some issues understanding what do they mean with measuring. Where do I have a measuring tape? In here. So yeah, I remember the books saying something like put the I don't know, let's say width of the seat, of the back seat, on the edge, and I don't actually remember the specific wording, and I feel like that doesn't make sense without the specific wording. It was in here. Something about taking the measure outline of the underside. It was probably on the top side, to dress the top side, cutting from cloth. Outline the top side. Okay, first was the top side. Outline the underside, generally speaking, should therefore commenting. Okay, I can't find it right now, but yeah, basically it was something like put the measurement on the pattern, and then what it measures take onto the different part. And I was trying to figure out what that means, and eventually I figured out that they literally mean taking the measuring tape. So, like, let's say it would be 22 inches. Well, at so yeah, 22 inches. Measuring like that, and taking from here. Taking what it measures, and on some different part from that marked place on the tape, up to 22 inches. And yeah, it's time to end the stream. I will wait until the ads will end. Two, one, and now the ads should be over. So yeah, that's past the time to end the stream, because I'm always ending at roughly 7 p.m. UTC. So yeah, I think this will be good. This like raising. I'm not sure about any wording in regards to quilting. So yeah, this like raised sections. I think they are raised enough. So I think I will go with that, with 2 layers of the batting, and I will continue this tomorrow. And I will be like actually doing the parts that I want to use on the dressing gowns. So actually making some progress. How does it work that every time, like, okay, maybe not every time, but very often, the moment I'm starting to end the stream, to talk about ending the stream, my viewership rises. Like, I'm gaining viewers. It's weird. Anyway, so yeah, that's it for today, and the continuation tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and see you tomorrow. Bye.